morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the Leader Man. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Hey, morning, Moore County. Time to get up and at 'em. You got to get out there while it's still a little cool because it's going to get a little warm this afternoon. Work up this little sweat now. Wipe it off. And then you can do it again this afternoon.
All right, you got your orders in hand. Let's get them done. Don't forget, of course, this program being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available to you at talk973.com. Upper middle of the homepage has the link that will get you there. If you're on your mobile device, well, you can get there with your YouTube app. Put Mornings with the Leader Man in the search. If you're on your mobile device just needing audio, we suggest the streaming apps such as TuneIn, iTunes, and what else we got? Streama. That's a good one there. You can get it at your app store. They're free. Just put WEEB into the search to get the audio-only stream. If you're on our website, of course, it's available to you in the upper right-hand corner of any of our web pages. The icon says Listen Live on the Air. Click it once and you're listening just that quick. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Long story short, it's going to be in the 90s for the next at least 7 days. And every day, the only saving grace, I guess you say, would be that the dew points, the almighty dew points. If it's 70 and above, it's extraordinarily muggy and you can't stand it out there because your skin cannot evaporate the moisture. If it's 68 and below, it starts to get more tolerable the lower the number goes. And the tolerable numbers are 63 to 68. Anything below 63 is heaven sent in the summertime. So that'll feel dry on your skin and your body can evaporate and it works. And that makes the higher temperatures much more tolerable. So
usually when you mention 90 degrees or better, you break out in a sweat across your forehead. So I guess maybe that's why I'm not seeing it this morning because it's still a little low on the humidity side.
Yeah, well, 71 dew point out there, but it's 71 degrees. But anyway, you're right. You know, you sweat less when the dew point's low because it's evaporating much more efficiently, and it's not sitting there rolling in your eyes and in your ears and everywhere else. You know how much fun summer is.
Yes, I do.
I mean, I was out there last night in the parking lot looking at the night light, and it came on, and it must have had 10,000 bugs flying around it.
Oh, yeah.
That's just the way it works. When you're at a football game, you look up at those lights, and they'll have over 1 million bugs flying around them.
As well as bats and other things,
yeah,
scooping them up.
Unbelievable. I remember one time I was packing up from a Pinecrest game, hot, steamy night. That was bad enough. But they had one light on the field while I was packing up. And of course, they couldn't wait to cut it off. And so they did cut it off. And prior to cutting it off, there was at least 1 million, 2 million bugs flying around. I kid you not, it was just a huge swarm. Well, the light went off, and they say, "Oh, there's a light in that booth." And I was fast slamming that door. And I mean, to tell you could hear them all over the window. It was crazy. I mean... And this is one of those nights where the humidity was high and nothing evaporated. So now I'm in the room with no air moving along, dying again. A slow death. But yeah, you've had your stories too, I'm sure. Especially in training down at Camp Lejeune.
Yeah. Camp Lejeune gets
plenty of bugs down there.
Not as warm as other places, but yeah.
It can get pretty tough. Especially with all that moisture right there next to you.
Yeah, you get a little bit of a breeze off the ocean. You know.
If you're right next to the ocean. That's the only place you can stand it in the summer. The ocean is right next to the waves, because there's the cooling effect that it evaporates off the ocean and so forth. Anyway, weather for us today. That's what I was trying to work to. It's going to be partly cloudy with 92 for a high all week. Now, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we got a chance of scattered thunderstorms, although it is a slight chance. I'm talking 20% stuff here. So pretty much look for partly cloudy every day with 91, 92. The only thing that will fluctuate truly will be the dew point. Some days it'll be down more than others. Today will be a down day, and it will feel much better. Tomorrow, even more down, so it'll feel even better. In fact, I got my dew point computer models here. Let me just refresh it. Okay, now we can get the all-important number. It says here, dew point today, getting down to 60. No, it's not today. This is today. 61. I can dig that. Tomorrow, all these are at 2 p.m. 55. I can really dig that. I'm sounding old now, aren't I? Back in the 60s, they said, I dig it, man, I dig it. Friday,
the 60s?
Friday, 61. I'm sorry, Thursday, 61. Friday, 65. Saturday, with the chance of storms, is 65. Sunday, 64. Monday, 71. Uh-oh. Did a bad turn there. Because every time we approach the 4th, it always gets so hot and steamy. So next Monday, bad. Next Tuesday, 69. That's not good. Next Wednesday, 69 is not good. And July 4th, 73. Oh, golly.
Just in time for the fireworks.
Yeah, you'll be outside with the fireworks and swatting bugs.
A little heavier air, you got to carry that concussion a little bit better, you know.
Yeah. It seems like it's that way every year on July 4th here. It's like, let me throw the worst I got at you. What was it last year? It rained.
Yeah, I think
in the afternoon.
You did have some rainouts last year.
Because I got caught in the rain.
For the fireworks, yeah.
All right, 7:39. Let's move on to, I don't know, this is Tuesday. And this is measurement day for the colonel.
Measurement day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we measure all that testosterone versus the estrogen.
Okay.
Last week, he was just massively induced with testosterone. And it's all we could do to wrangle a little estrogen out of him, because you want to have a balance. All right, Colonel, let's get him down here.
I still say some of those questions last week were wrong.
Well, they may have been. But here we go. All right, these are questions for men that real women should know the answer to. What is the names of the two sisters in Disney's movie Frozen?
Oh, no clue.
Is it Isabella and Chloe, Elsa and Anna, or Sophia and Emma?
Sophia and Emma. I'd never seen the movie.
Now, every woman out there who has a child is now saying, oh, no, Colonel, you get buzzed.
It was the first one.
No, it's the second one.
The second one, okay. Well,
Elsa and what's her name? Elsa and...
Yeah, exactly. What's her name? I don't know.
Elsa and Anna.
Elsa and Anna.
You see how many times I saw the movie, too.
What was the name of the movie?
Frozen.
Frozen. Okay. All right.
That's the one that has that song, Would You Like to Build a Snowman?
Never.
No, I'd like to throw snow on you and bury you and set you up. In truth, the practice of cosmetology refers specifically to the treatment of skin, hair, and what else? Is it, or do you already know?
No, go ahead. No.
Is it lips, eyebrows, or nails?
Cosmetology, lips, eyebrows, or nails. And what was the Lips, eyebrows, or nails.
The practice of cosmetology refers specifically to the treatment of skin, hair, and what else? Lips, eyebrows, or nails?
Oh, that's a hard one because lips or eyebrows, skin and hair. So lips.
Nails.
Nails. Okay.
And what?
Wait a minute. So all these nail things, that's cosmetology. All these nail places out here where you can get your nails done. Those are cosmetologists in there.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good to know. I think.
What are hair extensions made from? Is it horsehair, human hair, or synthetic fibers?
Extensions?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What's the law say? That's can't be the same everywhere. Some places it's got to be real hair, and synthetic. I can't.
Oh, you can buy extensions in Walmart.
Yeah, so it's got to be synthetic because I can't imagine they would allow horse hair.
Human hair.
Yeah, human. All right. Well, that's what I said first. I should have stuck with it.
So obviously you're stuffed full of testosterone here. Let's see if we can get some of it out.
Okay.
Did very poorly on the estrogen side.
Yeah, well.
Our Army friend always did well on the estrogen side. All right. These are questions for women that real men would know the answer to. Questions real men would know the answers to. What part of your car needs to be balanced? Is it
Tires?
ding? See, right out of the bat. The real manly side comes out. Which type of roof shingle is likely to be least expensive to replace?
Asphalt shingle.
Ding! Amongst wood shingles, asphalt shingles, or clay shingles. Which of the following is not a real beauty pageant for men? Is it Mr. Body, Mr. World, or Manhunt International?
This one I have no. What was the first one?
Mr. Body.
Mr. Body. That sounds like.
Ding!
Yeah, okay.
All right, you're just flowing with testosterone today. All right, let's see. Part 2. Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
Yeah,
The following questions are taken from a standard fifth grade curriculum here in the U.S. Answer 4 out of 5 correctly, or you ain't got the sense of a fifth grader. Number 1. What is the number 4 cubed? Or 4 to the third power?
4 to the third power. That's not cubed.
Yeah, it's one.
3 is cubed.
It's
4.
one of the same.
Oh, I don't know.
It'd be 4 times 4 times 4.
Then it would be 72.
64, correct.
64. What?
Just a matter of working it out.
All right. Okay. I was always bad at math.
Let's see.
Cubed.
Which of the following is considered a compound? Is it carbon, water, or aluminum?
A compound?
Mm-hmm.
Carbon, water, or water.
2 of those are, that's right, water is it.
Right.
Water is because it's a combination of hydrogen and oxygen. The others are just elements.
Aluminum's in it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. Yep.
What is the minimum age of a person must be to be elected to the U.S. House of Representatives?
The House of Representatives?
Is it 18, 25, or 35?
Are you... Well, 35 is the president, so it's either 18 or 25. I can't imagine. I can't remember what the law is. It's got to be 25. And then how did AOC
It's
get
25.
elected? She's like a 12-year-old. AOC.
She's in the, well, she's 25.
No, man.
Or 26.
She's like an adolescent. I can't
Mentally, they don't measure mentality. They just measure your body. I don't. Is the president 35 or 37?
No, it's 35.
35.
That one's constitutional.
Yeah. Well, so is the House and the Senate.
The House is in there.
To be in the Senate or the president, you have to be the older age, 35.
All right.
I think that's right. I gotta reread it. I have my owner's manual with me. I just don't have time to get it out. Which of the following is an amphibian? A fruit bat,
A marine.
a garden snake, or a bullfrog?
A bullfrog.
Ding. And we have another math question for you.
Oh, great. Yeah.
This should be easy since you just multiply the numerators and the denominators with each other. What is the missing fraction? Blank times a half equals 1/6. Is it 1/3, 1/12, or 2/3?
Blank times 1/2 equals.
1/6.
Then it would have to be 1/3.
That's right. Ding. Stop by your head. All right. Did very well on all that. I think.
Except the first one. Cubed. Okay.
Let me try this with you. See if you can do this. I'm just going to do a few of these. I'm going to give you the model's name of a car, such as Corvette, which is a Chevrolet.
Right.
You're giving me the maker name.
Okay.
Okay.
Manufacturer. Okay.
All right. Durango.
That's a Dodge.
Dodge.
Is it Dodge?
Yep. Altima.
Oh, Nissan.
Accord.
Honda.
Corolla.
Corolla. Toyota.
I love what they did to my Corolla. Toyota Explorer.
Ford.
Which the leader man drives. Continental.
Lincoln.
Integra.
I don't know. Is that an Acura?
That's it. Let me pull out the hard ones. Eclipse.
Mitsubishi.
I didn't think you'd get that one. Sentra.
Nissan.
Elantra.
That's a Hyundai.
Man knows his cars. He watches the commercials. I knew there was somebody out there who watched them. And last but not least, Caravan.
That's a Dodge, too.
There you go. You did well on that.
Or Chrysler.
All righty. Let's go here. Where is it? Yep. A new survey says eating red meat increases your risk of early death. And Hollywood is all over this.
From the producers of Global Warming and Don't Eat Raw Brussels Sprouts comes the most horrifying movie of the year. Red meat can kill you. See how eating red meat can increase the risk of death. The New York Times says delicious. The Washington Post says I'll have mine with a baked potato. Elsie the cow says moo. Red meat can kill you. Rated R. Some images may be too intense for vegetarians.
I saw Elsie the cow when I was a kid. Elsie was from the Walker Gordon Laboratories in Derry, in Plainsboro, New Jersey. That's where she's buried.
Life came to an end, huh? Well, we think it's entertaining to have our big voice announcer just read things. If you got some rap lyrics, movie quotes, or something you think would sound funny coming from a big stadium announcer voice, let us know. But today we got Mr. Big Voice recites AC/DC, You Shook Me All Night Long. That's the one that starts out, dun, 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 dun. You know that one.
No, actually, I don't.
Well, you will. Mr. Big Voice.
And now, Mr. Big Voice recites lyrics to AC/DC's You Shook Me All Night Long.
She was a fast machine. She kept her motor clean. She was the best damn woman I had ever seen.
This has been Mr. Big Voice reciting lyrics to You Shook Me All Night Long by AC/DC.
impressive. Well, at least you can understand them. It is nice to know what the lyrics actually mean
it is.
sometimes.
And you go, what the hell did he say? But you always got the women in the audience letting everybody know they know every word to the song as they sit on their boyfriend's shoulders blocking your view.
Yeah, well.
Because they have to feel the music. 1 minute inside a woman's head. This episode is called Mid-Year Goals.
And now it's time for another episode of 1 Minute Inside a Woman's Head.
It's already halfway through the year, and I don't think I reached any of my goals. What were my goals? Oh, yeah. I'm the same weight. I never bought that new car. I haven't saved any money. I didn't do something adventurous like ziplining. And was that just a craze? See, why don't I ever do something when it's hot, not when it's already burning out? I did not make meeting the right guy one of my goals because that never works out. However, that seems to not be working out at all, so maybe next year I should make that one of my goals. Ugh, all the pressure. I mean, they seem like pretty simple goals, but half a year has gone by and not one met. I knew I shouldn't have made any goals. Next year, no goals. Stupid goals.
And that was another episode of 1 Minute Inside a Woman's Head.
You know, when you're around your kids, you're supposed to act like you want them to act. And not go right straight to the gutter with your thoughts. Case in point, this is a real video of a preschool graduation earlier this year. And right after the teacher welcomes everyone, a little kid, spouts off. And then they ask him to leave. And he says, no, and a bad word. So a man came over and yanked him out of the classroom. Proud moment for the parents. Listen to this.
Good afternoon, parents. Good afternoon, boys and girls. Shut the
Hey,
Hey.
not nice.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Do you need to leave? No.
Okay.
Oh, he's out. Yeah, he's out.
What?
This is what your kids learn.
Oh, man. Good Lord. How old was that? Was it kindergarten class?
Preschooler.
Preschool? Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, isn't it? Oh. Shut the F up. No, B. The University of Maryland is offering a master's program in weed. No, not the garden variety. The smoking kind, specifically the science and policies of medical marijuana. The best part is that it's at their Shady Grove campus. Here's a news report.
University of Maryland is going green.
The School of Pharmacy is launching the country's first master's program to actually train students about the science and policies of medical marijuana.
Yeah, it's a 2-year program based at the university's Shady Grove location in Rockville.
They need 2 years to figure that out.
Well, an excuse to be stoned for 2 years.
Yeah, and that's the only reason that this would be legalized is because people want to be high. Because the alternative, CBD, from the hemp plant, has all the same medical, medicinal uses and results that THC has, with the exception that it doesn't make you high. So that's the fallacy in all of this.
Well, Jeff played the lottery last night.
Yeah, wish.
And the winning numbers in the Pick 4 lottery drawing in North Carolina on Saturday were 0000.
Yeah.
Although the woman announcing it didn't sound too surprised, here's how it went down.
Now it's time for game number 2, the Carolina Pick 4. Check your tickets. Here we go. Good luck. First winning number 0. Second pick 4, another 0. Third pick 4, another 0. And our final pick 4 is another 0. Thanks for playing.
Who won it?
Well, they're only allowed 20 seconds to get it all out.
Yeah.
Let's see. Over 2,000 people won.
Really?
They each got between $2,500 and $5,000, depending on how much they paid for their ticket. The total combined payout was $7.8 million. If you got it by yourself.
Yeah.
So I guess 1111 or 2222, 33. I'd stay off those numbers because you got to share it a lot. The largest game in history, the previous record was $7.5 million, when the winning numbers were 1111.
There you go.
There you go. All right. Let's see. Don't care about that. All right. Let's do this. I'm running short. Let's just do the. Get it out here, Steve. Let's just do some facts right quick.
And now it's time for
Random facts.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, random facts for our Tuesday, and maybe a spare. The world's largest cashew tree is in Brazil. It's 80,000 square feet, which means it's the size of about 5 football fields, and also the size of 70 normal cashew trees. The New York Times has approximately 1,600 obituaries pre-written so that they're ready to go when certain people die.
Yep.
3 of the 5 presidents died on July 4th. John Adams, Thomas Jefferson both died July 4th. James Madison died on July 4th of 1831. The other 2 died in 1826. All 3 players on Jeopardy can wind up with nothing after betting it all on Final Jeopardy and getting the question wrong. If they do, they get replaced, and all 3 new players play the next day. That's why everybody always likes to leave $1 or $2 left.
Yes.
And Kate Blanchett is the only woman who's been nominated for an Oscar for playing the same character in 2 different movies. She got nominated as Queen Elizabeth in Elizabeth, that was in 1998, and Elizabeth: The Golden Age in 2007. And that's your random fact for today. All right, it's coming up on 8 o'clock. Next hour, John Zumwalt's going to join us also with Nick Percerno as one of the guests. We'll be right back.
This afternoon, we'll see temperatures climb into the lower 90s and mid-90s off to the south. We could get a few spotty showers develop along a cold front that will make its way across our area later this evening. Otherwise, we'll stay mostly dry. Temperatures for tonight will fall into the mid to upper 60s. Highs for tomorrow will reach the lower 90s and mid-90s to the south. Keep in mind, those feels-like temperatures will be hotter. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Iran unleashing a verbal barrage on the U.S. after President Trump slapped sanctions on Iran's senior-most leaders over last week's downing of a U.S. Navy surveillance drone.
Iran's President Hassan Rouhani has described the White House as afflicted by mental retardation. Rouhani went on to call the sanctions against the nation's supreme leader as outrageous and idiotic. Meanwhile, in Israel, Trump's national security advisor John Bolton says talks are still possible. The U.S. is leaving, he says, an open door for Iran to walk through. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
ICE says its short-term detention facilities on the southern border are not designed for vulnerable populations like children. The agency saying that more humanitarian funding is desperately needed to address a border crisis. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell meets today with a group of 9/11 first responders. They'll discuss reauthorization of a fund that pays the health care expenses of recovery workers suffering serious illnesses linked to their work at Ground Zero. That fund will run dry next year if it isn't re-upped. No fewer than 24 satellites on board a powerful SpaceX rocket launched early this morning from Cape Canaveral.
It's a Defense Department mission dubbed STP-2 for Space Test Program.
2, 1, 0.
It's the military's first ride on a recycled rocket. What's on board includes a deep space atomic clock, solar sail, a clean and green rocket fuel test bed, even human ashes. It's a challenging mission for SpaceX. The satellites need to be placed in 3 different orbits, requiring multiple upper stage engine firings. The Falcon Heavy is the most powerful rocket in use today. I'm Ed Donahue.
On Wall Street this morning, stock futures modestly lower. Dow futures down about 14 points. NASDAQ futures off 11 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Life is lived by moving forward, seizing the open road, embracing what's ahead. It's why we created Ford Pass. Everything you need to keep forging ahead in one app, right in the palm of your hand. Only Ford Pass combines roadside assistance, Ford Pass rewards, and now when you buy or lease a new Ford, earn points you can use toward flexible complimentary maintenance. Ford Pass, built to keep you moving, built Ford proud. Visit your participating Ford dealership to find out about earning points for flexible complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford and sign up for rewards.
Roadside assistance is included for certain Ford owners and available to everyone for a per-service fee. Ford reserves the right to change program details without obligations. Visit your participating dealer or FordPassRewards.com for program rules and restrictions. Ford Pass, compatible with select smartphone platforms, is available via a download.
Nissan's chief tells the car maker's annual shareholders meeting in Japan its alliance with its French parent company Renault will break up very quickly if it becomes any more unequal.
Nissan's shareholders have grudgingly approved a plan to restructure the company's top management and to install a new enlarged board of directors. The aim is to make the company more transparent and accountable, following the allegations against Nissan's former boss, Carlos Ghosn. But shareholders also showed their anger at the way the company is being run. One called on Nissan CEO Hiroto Saikawa to step down. Another accused the chairman of Renault, Jean-Dominique Senard, of looking after Renault's interests at the cost of Nissan.
The BBC's Rupert Wingfield-Hayes. China's foreign ministry says Beijing hopes a meeting later this week between President Trump and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping will help to build trust and resolve outstanding trade issues. News and analysis at townhall.com. New Hampshire Democrat Senator Jeanne Shaheen draws a challenger.
Retired Brigadier General Don Bolduc announced Monday he's running for the seat the GOP sees as vulnerable. At an event in Concord, the 57-year-old decorated military veteran emphasized his 36-year military career that included 10 tours of duty in Afghanistan. Shaheen's seat is seen as a possible Republican pickup in 2020 following her competitive 2014 re-election race and fellow Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan's tight win over an incumbent Republican in 2016. Rhonda Rockster reporting.
President Trump's new acting defense secretary, Mark Esper, due in Brussels today to introduce himself to NATO allies and assure his counterparts in the region that the U.S. military is in good hands. More urgent for the new Pentagon chief is gaining support for heightened U.S. sanctions on Iran. Again on Wall Street this hour, Dow futures down 13 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
JT Auto Mart of Sanford wants to change your mind about pre-owned cars. For over 15 years, we've kept our prices as low as possible using fair market value and NADA guidelines. For our military customers, come in and we'll take $200 off your choice of over 250 cars in stock. All makes and models. Every single car comes with an automatic 3-month, 3,000-mile warranty. Come in between now and the end of June and be entered to win a cash prize. Good credit or bad credit, your approval is guaranteed. Can't get to us? Ask about our local pickup. We're open Monday through Saturday from 9 to 8 p.m. and 12 to 5 on Sundays. So come on in to 3132 Highway 1 in Sanford. JT Auto Mart. Nice cars, good price.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
Hi, this is Rich Wagner from Whispering Pines. I've been suffering with acute back and knee pain for many months, and after trying visits to the doctor, painkillers, and spinal injections with no relief, I went to see Dr. Wright at Wright Chiropractic in Seven Lakes. After the first visit, I noticed a lot of improvement, and I've continued to improve with each treatment. Thanks to Dr. Wright, I'm feeling much better than I have in a very long time. I was skeptical about chiropractic treatment at first, but it has truly given me my life back.
This is Dr. Wright. I can't guarantee I can fix every problem, but I will tell you honestly whether chiropractic can be of help for your particular issue. Living with pain is not always the only option. Doesn't it make sense to explore every avenue before resigning yourself to the limitations of pain? Call our office today to schedule a consultation and start living again. 673-2225.
It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Opioid addiction is a crisis in Moore and surrounding counties, but there is a local doctor, Francis Corrigan of Solace Health, helping patients in recovery.
At Solace Health, we have had a great deal of success with opioid addiction treatment using medications such as Suboxone on an outpatient basis. Treatment is low cost as we accept all insurance, including North Carolina Medicaid. The treatment occurs in a very pleasant and private outpatient office setting where patients are treated with compassion and dignity. If you or your loved one needs help with opioid addiction or other drug or alcohol problems, please call us to speak to one of our nurses about our treatment program. We also have extensive experience in transitioning patients from methadone programs to Suboxone outpatient treatment.
Solace Health is located at 285 Olmsted Boulevard in Pinehurst. Call 910-295-7246. All calls are confidential. 910-295-7246 or visit recovermore.com. MOORE.
Hi, this is Chef Karen at Philly & Colts. I'm so sorry you didn't get to the beach this weekend, but here's the next best thing. Friday Seafood Night is back at Philly & Colts. Come by for a fish sandwich or a full-blown plate of Calabash-style fresh seafood. Join us out on the patio. Relax. Enjoy a cocktail. Do I hear waves? Seagulls? Philly & Colts at Little River Golf and Resort, 692-4411.
Hi, this is Al Mangum. My wife's SUV was going to the body shop for a week and I needed a rental car. I went to Rent-A-Wreck on US 1 in Aberdeen and found their vehicles in good shape or better than other rentals. Rent-A-Wreck is known for lower rates and has great customer reviews on Facebook. When I need a rental, I'm going to Rent-A-Wreck on US 1 in Aberdeen. And don't let that name fool you. Drive in or call 910-944-9444. 944-9444.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. With tensions between the U.S. and Iran at a fever pitch, President Trump signed new sanctions against Iran's supreme leader and foreign minister. According to the Islamic Republic, any chance of democracy has now been closed off. CBS News correspondent Ben Tracy tells us if there is any hope for talks in the future between the two countries.
Now, the president says he still wants to talk to Iran's leaders, and the only precondition is that they cannot have nuclear weapons. Of course, the nuclear deal the president pulled out of last year was designed to prevent just that.
The Senate late Monday approved a measure that would require all county sheriffs to recognize requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement to hold inmates that it believes are in the country unlawfully. Former Union County District Attorney John Snyder agrees with the sentiment of the bill, but he said there are legal challenges ahead.
While it has great intention, may not withstand constitutional scrutiny. The sheriff gets their power from the North Carolina General Assembly. And so I don't believe the General Assembly can require the sheriff to comply.
State officials are appealing a federal judge's decision that struck down North Carolina's ban on abortions after the 20th week of pregnancy, except in a medical emergency. A State Department of Justice lawyer filed the notice of appeal to the 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals late Monday. Hundreds of detained children have been removed from a Border Patrol station in Texas after attorneys who visited the facility said the children were living in inhumane conditions. CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca in Mission, Texas, with the latest on the overcrowding.
Immigrant officials have said that their facilities are overcrowded. They're overwhelmed as more migrants come over the southern border. We actually reached out to CBP for comment, but they did not get back to us.
Authorities have accused 3 inmates in North Carolina and Lincoln County of assaulting officers. One of the officers suffered a concussion. You're listening to NCN News.
There's no place like home. It has a certain magic of its own, and memories are made there every day. A lifetime of good times shared along the way. Have yourself a Bluebell Country Day.
Nostalgia is all the rage. What's old is new again, like Bluebell's classic award-winning fudge bars. Frozen chocolate fudge on a stick that tastes better than ever. In 12 packs for you to try all over again and again and again.
A lifetime of good times shared along the way. Have yourself a Bluebell Country Day.
We are hearing now from former North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory regarding a report by the online news outlet Axios. Citing leaked documents, the Trump administration saw red flags as McCrory was being considered for a job. On his WBT radio show, McCrory said,
"That's maybe what the president saw in evaluating me and many others without the context of the complete truth. So it was kind of odd for me to see a summary of my 24-year political career put into 13 pages, and it was only the negative stuff, no positive things whatsoever."
A new study from the UK finds a link between certain drugs and dementia.
They're called anticholinergic drugs. They include certain drugs for overactive bladders and some antidepressants, antipsychotics, and anti-epileptic drugs. And the University of Nottingham researchers found those on strong doses for an extended amount of time were nearly 50% more likely to develop dementia. The study found a correlation. It didn't prove causality, but it's something for physicians to weigh when prescribing these drugs to older patients. Vicki Barker, CBS News.
The greatest place in the world to take a vacation? Think outdoor cafes and croissants.
For the second year in a row, Paris tops U.S. News & World Report's list of best places to visit. New Zealand's South Island is second, followed by Rome, Tahiti, and London. In the U.S., the Grand Canyon is number 1, Yosemite is second, Yellowstone third. U.S. News travel editor points out dream destinations all have one thing in common, lots of things to do outside. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The Virginia pilot reports state officials gathered to announce the $8.4 million project at Donald C. O'Brien Jr. Sanctuary and Audubon Center in Corolla. Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
It is going to be a hot one for us this week. Highs this afternoon will climb into the lower 90s and mid-90s to the south, with those feels like temperatures hotter. Expect a mix of sun and clouds with a few spotty showers developing later this evening. Otherwise, we'll stay mostly dry. Temperatures tonight will fall into the mid to upper 60s with highs for tomorrow in the lower 90s and mid 90s for the Sandhills. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, we have sunny skies and still 71 degrees, humidity 100%, dew point is at 71, pressure is 29.97, winds variable at 5, and visibility at 10 statute miles. It's 8:15. Let's take a look at Sandhills News for this Tuesday morning. Aberdeen Commissioner Kim Bird has announced that he will not seek re-election to a second term. Bird served on the town's planning board for 3 years before he was elected to his seat on the board in 2015. He stated his desire has always been to serve the people that elected him, but he feels that it's time for another person with a like mind of service to have that opportunity. He also said that he's not heading home to sit on the porch. There are too many things still left to be done in Aberdeen, the surrounding area and county. I will be looking at other opportunities to serve and see what works the best. A man from Bass is behind bars, facing charges related to a sexual assault. According to information from Moore County Sheriff's Office, Hunter Odell Shore, 18, was arrested Monday. The alleged crime took place in Carthage. He is currently under a $50,000 bond. And 3 teenagers arrested for setting an abandoned building on fire, according to authorities. Vincent Thomas Israel, 19, of Southern Pines. Adam Michael Dussault, 19, of Sanford. And a 17-year-old juvenile. Each were charged with arson. Israel Dussault were taken to the Moore County Detention Center and placed under a $5,000 secured bond. The 17-year-old was given custody release to his parents. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning, but stand by. Here comes your latest in sports right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. It is 8:17.
NCN Sports, I'm Josh Zach. Giannis Antetokounmpo took home MVP honors at the NBA Awards last night. Though his team, the Milwaukee Bucks, fell 2 games short of the NBA Finals, his average of nearly 28 points, 12.5 rebounds per game netted him first place honors. But Antetokounmpo says it's not about the numbers.
You know, MVP is not about stats and numbers. Obviously, James Harden had the unbelievable numbers, and Paul George also. But it's all about winning. You know, it's all about making sure that you go out there with your teammate and do whatever you take to win.
The Greek Freak took home the first place MVP award, beating out the likes of reigning MVP James Harden and the Oklahoma City Thunder's Paul George. Overseas,
Rapinoe will strike. Rapinoe scores. 2-1 U.S.
2 penalty goals from Megan Rapinoe drove the U.S. women's soccer team into the quarterfinals of the 2019 FIFA Women's World Cup. The women's national team beat Spain 2-1 in what was their toughest test thus far in the tournament. Next up, a quarterfinal showdown against France. The LA Dodgers, meanwhile, are taking measures to enhance fan safety at the ballpark.
The Dodgers say they will extend the protective netting at Dodger Stadium after a fan was hospitalized after being hit by a foul ball. On Sunday, a 13-year-old girl was struck in the head by a foul ball hit by Dodgers star Cody Bellinger. She was sitting 4 rows back from the field and just beyond the edge of the existing netting. Last year, a woman died after being hit in the head by a foul ball at the stadium. Experts say a line drive into the stands travels at more than 100 miles per hour.
This is NCN Sports.
At AT&T, we believe that access to affordable home internet brings you incredible opportunities. You can enjoy the power to explore a digital world of possibilities and connect with family, friends, and the things that matter most. That's why there's access from AT&T. If a member of your household is a SNAP participant, you may qualify for home internet at a discounted rate of $10 a month or less. No commitment, no deposit, no installation fee. Plus, get an in-home Wi-Fi gateway included at no extra cost. Call 1-855-220-5211 or visit att.com/access now to learn more.
SNAP refers to the Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Pricing excludes taxes and fees. Includes 1 terabyte of data per month. Data overage charges apply. For details about data allowance, go to att.com/internet-usage. Geographic and service restrictions apply.
The New York Yankees will be in a new uniform.
They'll be playing ball in black. When the New York Yankees visit Dodgers Stadium for games later this summer, they won't be in their road gray uniforms. They'll instead be in new black uniforms over Players Weekend, August 23rd to 25th. The home team, the Dodgers, got to pick between white and black uniforms, and they chose white. The Yanks road uniforms have pretty much gone unchanged since 1918 and have always been gray. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Michigan is 1 victory away from its first NCAA baseball title since 1962. Jimmy Kerr homered for the 3rd time in the College World Series, a 2-run blast in the 7th inning of the Wolverines' 7-4 win against Vanderbilt in Omaha. Game 2 is tonight. Josh Zach, NCN Sports.
If you have inflammation, you know how painful it can be.
Just imagine how painful it is for your pet, even though they never complain. Anti-inflammatories work, but are even harder on your pet's organs than yours. Thankfully, there's an alternative that more and more people are using to treat pain, but often don't realize is great for pets too. I'm talking about CBD oil and treats from Flowland. Come into Flowland and let's discuss how CBD oil and treats can benefit a range of issues for your pet. Issues like arthritis, anxiety, appetite, digestion, seizures, mood, and more. You shouldn't be paying an arm and a leg for one of nature's most beneficial products. Flowland, your best and most affordable source for CBD products for humans and pets. On US 1 North in Aberdeen.
Nights, weekend, and holidays. You know plumbing problems never seem to take time off. And always, they seem to crop up at the worst possible times. And unfortunately, they can't wait hours on end for a solution. The Plumbing Night to the rescue. The Plumbing Night, of course, doesn't take time off either, because service is the lifeblood of their organization. Make the Plumbing Night your plumbing service partner and protector. Hopefully, it won't be an emergency when you call, but they're prepared to help if it is. And they won't take an arm and a leg just because it happened at an inconvenient time. Now that's a plumbing knight in shining armor, if you ask me. Check them out on the web at theplumbingknight.com or call them 639-5555. That's an easy number. Write it down. 639-5555. Again, that's 639-5555, day or night.
In Moore County, you know how much it means to have neighbors you can count on, like the one who mowed your lawn and trimmed and raked your pine straw the week you were sick. Well, here's another good neighbor you can count on. I'm Ward Rowland, State Farm Agent in downtown Southern Pines. My team and I are here to help life go right when you combine your home and auto insurance, which can save you money and time. So combine home and auto and start the savings rolling. Call me today, 910-725-0915.
Are you a do-it-yourselfer, home builder, or remodeler? If so, bring in the best deal you're getting in Moore County for your flooring, and Hardwood Liquidators will match it and beat it. Right now, we have over 130,000 square feet in our warehouse stacked with solid engineered, laminate, and waterproof luxury vinyl plank. Like the farmhouse look, our farmhouse bandsawn French oak solid flooring starts at $449 a square foot. Financing is available with approved credit. We're at 707 South Pinehurst off Highway 1, right across the street from McNeil Oil, or call us at 910-757-0478. Hardwood Liquidators. More floor, less money. Born in Napoli, Italy, Sal Doria, owner of Fratello's restaurant in Pinehurst, makes his hand-tossed pizza with the passion of a true Italian. Fresh ingredients, homemade mozzarella, and amore. Come in and experience the ambiance of European luxury, hearty cuisine, warm hospitality, and an outstanding wine and beer list. Military families, come in and 15% of your meal is on us. Every Friday and Saturday night from 6:30 to 9:30, Fratello's welcomes Carolina's favorite piano man, Clarence Levine. Feel like staying in tonight? Fratello's has got you covered with Grubhub and DoorDash, so you can simply call in your order and have it delivered to your doorstep. We're located at 9735 US Highway 15501 in Pinehurst, just a few doors down from Hickory Tavern. Fratello's Restaurant, making you fall in love with food all over again. Taz Auto Group in Sanford wants to change your mind about pre-owned cars. We've kept our prices as low as possible using fair market value and NADA guidelines. For our military customers, come in and we'll take $200 off your choice of over 250 cars in stock, all makes and models. Every single car comes with an automatic 3-month, 3,000-mile warranty. Come in between now and the end of June and be entered to win a cash prize. Good credit or bad credit, your approval is guaranteed. Can't get to us? Ask about our local pickup. We're open Monday through Saturday from 9 to 8 p.m. and 12 to 5 on Sundays. So come on in to 3590 Highway 87 in Sanford. Taz Auto Group. Nice cars, good price.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. There's an old joke about a guy who got drunk in a bar. He was such a pain that the owner walked over to him and told him he needed to leave. The guy loudly shouted, "I'm not leaving." His friends were outside when the guy came hurling through the window, having been thrown out of the bar by the bouncer. His friend said, "I thought you weren't going to leave." The guy answered him, "Well, he didn't explain it to me like the bouncer did." Now that's not much of a joke, but it does relate to politicians, and I'll explain how. But first, I'd like to make a prediction. Marijuana will soon be legal in North Carolina, very soon. Might as well be legal now. but soon it'll be completely legal. Let me tell you how this ties into my crummy joke. If you want to predict how things will go in this or any other state, you follow the money. You may have written or visited or called a politician and asked him for something, and I'll be doggone, you didn't get it. In fact, you'll most likely find the politician voted just the opposite, and here's why. They do pretty much what the lobbyists ask them to do. You may have a compelling reason why marijuana should or should not be legal. Doesn't matter a whit. You can never explain it to them the way a lobbyist can. Getting legislation passed is seldom about right or wrong. It's about votes, and it's about lobby money. And those lobbyists have millions of dollars. Have a good day. From the Zumwalt Zone.
This afternoon, we'll see temperatures climb into the lower 90s and mid-90s off to the south. We could get a few spotty showers develop along a cold front that will make its way across our area later this evening. Otherwise, we'll stay mostly dry. Temperatures for tonight will fall into the mid to upper 60s. Highs for tomorrow will reach the lower 90s and mid-90s to the south. Keep in mind, those feels like temperatures will be hotter. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the Leader Man. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
This summer, brought to you by that guy who still wears a Speedo. He's got enough back hair to knit a sweater. He has a beer belly the size of a pony keg. Several gold chains dangle around his sweaty neck. He's balding. His skin is leathery, bronze, and greasy. And he's wearing a neon green Dayglow Speedo. A banana hammock. Summer and the guy who still wears a Speedo. Making us all wish we were blind.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
You look cheery and bright this morning.
You couldn't be more wrong.
You couldn't be more wrong. Here, have some coffee. I need caffeine today. It's like cheerleaders in your brain. What day is it?
What day is it?
What do you want it to be? What do you want it to be?
Tuesday. You sure about that?
You sure about that?
Tuesdays are better. Today is Tuesday, then. Great. Let's get started. It's showtime.
We shall run across the sky.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the Leader Man. This hour brought to you by Southern Angel Donuts. While you were sleeping, the angels were baking fresh, heavenly donuts. Southern Angel Donuts, Homestead Village Shopping Center, open 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't forget, this program is being seen around the world on a live video stream. That's available right now at talk973.com. Top middle of the page is where the link is located. On your mobile device, your YouTube app does the work. You put Mornings with the Leader Man into the search, and we should appear at the top of your results where it says Live Now. And if you're on your mobile device, just need an audio stream, that's available with many streaming apps such as TuneIn, iTunes Streamer, just to name a few. Alexa will do it for you. Google will do it for you. Just put WEEB into that search. Or you can get it off of our website at talk973.com. Upper right-hand corner of every web page has an icon that says, On the Air, Listen Live. Tap that once and you're listening just that quick. Look for partly cloudy today, tonight, tomorrow, back for the next 7 days. And highs are going to be 91 to 93 every day. The dew points are going to hang around in the lower 60s for the most part, including today and tomorrow. So that will make things a little more tolerable out there. Not wonderful, but better. Could be in the 70s, then we'd really be suffering like we did yesterday. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are variable at 5, visibility 10 statute miles, pressure is 29.97, dew point 71, humidity 88%, is sunny and 75 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, got a special treat for you this morning. John Zumwalt is with us this morning, and he has a guest. John?
Good morning, everyone, and let me introduce my guest. I think most of you know him. Majority of you voted for him when he ran for office. You may recall he was our Moore County commissioner, and he was the chairman of the commissioners. Been a lot of talk, good and bad, about our recent tax increase. So I asked Nick Pacerno if he would come on and talk a little bit about it. Now, one thing I would like you to notice as Nick talks is this. There won't be a lot of emotion. It'll all be fact. And I'd like you to balance what he says. And if you can find something that he is saying that doesn't seem true to you, well, get a hold of us. Nick can explain it to you. He's got a very good grasp of numbers. He somehow keeps them in his head. I don't know how he does it, but he's very good at it. And I've challenged the current commissioners, especially Chairman Quiz, to listen, hoping that they'll feel free to come on here as well if they hear something they don't think is correct. So, good morning, Nick.
Good morning.
And I'd like to ask you, without just much interruption from me for a change, if you could kind of just walk us, and when I say us, this audience, because we're not familiar with how all this happens, and talk down to me, would you? They probably don't need it, but I do. And just explain to us very simply how all this takes place, and feel free to just keep going.
Okay. I'll be glad to. One of the things I noticed when I was first elected back in, I guess, 2008, December, when I actually started, was the way they did the budget process. At that point, it's basically a top-down process where the county manager would come in and hand you the budget, and you looked through the numbers and you voted on it. And I just did not think that was a very good way to manage the people's money. So, as you know, I was elected chairman, which was not real popular on that first year because I never even held office of any kind. But I was the chairman. So one of my ideas was to create 2 commissioner teams. And one of those teams that we created was a budget team. And I understand they continue to use that method today. And basically what we did was we went through every department, every line item of every dollar spent. And it was a multiple day process. As a matter of fact, you might find a little humor in this. Looking back, weren't humorous, but this is a true story. In my very first budget meeting we're doing this, we did it at the health department. We're going through all these departments, and at that time Neil Godfrey was on our budget team. He looked at me and said, you don't look so good. And I said, well, I feel a little bit weird, but these numbers are really spinning my head. So they went and got the public health nurse director, and she comes in and takes my blood pressure. And my blood pressure was in excess of 210 over 140. Wow. And they immediately said, you got to go to the emergency room. And I spent the emergency room. I went to the hospital that night and had CAT scans, and spent my first night as a commissioner in a budget team meeting in the hospital having CAT scans to find out what was wrong with me. And what really was wrong with me was my eyes and head were spinning as to how the process had gotten so out of whack. It was like if the manager said so, then it must be true. And what we were seeing was that we had multiple positions that we were budgeted for that weren't even filled. There was nobody in them. They were just budgeted, which drove up the actual amount of the budget that then they could turn around and apply the tax rate to receive that type of revenue. And I don't think that question was ever really discovered before. And I don't think, and I'm not going to go back and fault any prior commissioner. I weren't in any other prior commissioner meetings. I've never been to a meeting. I'm sure they were doing their due diligence and doing what they thought was right. But in my eyes, we had to change the process, and that's what we did. And if you want to fast forward to today, the thing that bothered me most is not the budget. I knew we had to increase taxes because we voted on bonds. And a general obligation bond, by definition, is you are pledging your taxing authority to repay debt. That's what a general obligation bond is. I don't think the public understands the definition of that, but that's what a general obligation bond is saying, I'm willing for you to increase my taxes to repay this debt. And a bond is not free money. It is a debt instrument. You are borrowing money. So the thing that bothers me most about the current thing was how the statements kept, and I keep reading over and over, is that somehow we're catching up, or we're trying to do something that should have been done years and years ago. Well, you know, I want to sort of disagree with that, and here's why. In 2009, 10, 11, we actually built 2 schools. People forget that West Pine Elementary and Cranes Creek Middle were built in the previous 10 years. They were built substantially at a much, much lower cost than what these new schools are. In 2016, after we had spent years and years and years helping to get the school board and the county commissioners back on having meetings, cordial meetings, discussing ideas, and doing things in the Rick Ryan Center, that we actually had a plan back in 2016 to fund the first 3 schools that they decided they needed. And another thing that really irks me is that the commissioners, number one, don't build schools. They don't determine where the schools are. They don't determine when they're to be built. The school board determines those things and comes to the commissioners with the request. I would challenge anyone to find that we kicked the can down the road, so to speak, on building any school, because we were never asked to build a school. Nobody ever come to us and said, we want to build this school there, and here's why. Never. So why this notion of kicking the can down the road and we put off this, that, and the other? I don't get it. Because I was there for all 8 of those budgets. I served on the budget team all 8 years. We went through every line item, and we made sure that every department was funded to their request, which made sense in our mission to give good service to the public.
Nick, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. In 2016, you had plans to build schools. Did you have any kind of money budgeted, or did you tell the schools you would give them money, or how?
We had formulated a plan that we could fund basically $30 million per school, $90 million, and we could have done that with no bond and no tax increase.
Whatever happened to that?
Well, I think history tells you what happened. They had us, you know, had they even finished the first school? We're in 2019. So if it was such an urgent thing, why is it we're 2019, we still don't even have the first school, I don't think, occupied?
So we went from 2016, when you were ready to give them $30 million per school to build 3 schools, to where we are today, and we're going to have a tax raise to build those schools, which wouldn't have been required before, and we had to have a bond vote. Now, I've got to go back to a statement you made. You said that a manager, the county manager, and again, not pointing fingers, but our frame of mind was, if the county manager said so, it must be so. Well, I think our frame of mind with the public now, and one of the things that we're fighting on this radio station is, if the schools tell us this, then it must be so. And that's a hard thing to beat in this county.
Well, I challenge any listener on your radio show today, including myself. I have not looked at the line items of what's being constructed at any of the schools that are in phase. Not one line item. I don't know if they're using the most expensive or the least expensive. I don't know how they budgeted. That's not my job. My job as a commissioner, when I was a commissioner, was to look at the dollars coming in and make sure we funded the services necessary to run our county. And that's what we did. And we did it on a year-by-year basis. So to go back now and say, you kicked the can down the road, I would challenge the ones that are saying that. Were you in the commissioner meetings? Do you know the numbers? Did you ever see any of these things? Did you talk to any department heads? How can you say those statements when you weren't there? And those that write in the newspaper, these editorials, they weren't there. They're not in the meetings. They don't know the data. That would like to me to go into the state of North Carolina and say, your budget's all out of whack. Well, which part? I don't know. It's just too high. My taxes are too high. That's foolish talking. That's talking without fact. That's talking with emotion, which drives bad decision making. We made our decisions based on the numbers before us and what we felt that the public was requesting of us. That's why the budget, they go back to 2016 when we had our last revaluation. and said, well, you didn't raise the tax rate to get a neutral. Well, go back and look at the numbers. We actually took in more revenue that year than we did in the year before. And we had a $4 million surplus. Why would you raise tax rates when you're running a multi-million-dollar surplus? Answer that to me and then fault me. But what we were doing, we were taking the money, and we had two things we kept discussing. You only had two things you could do with that money. Give it back to the taxpayer in a tax cut, or knowing we had schools that were starting to, like Aberdeen, which should have been done early, they were crumbling and they were going to need to be built. We put aside the money in a capital reserve for school construction. We created that fund. Now, you telling them we're kicking the can down the road because we're putting the money away to build a school that we can't build on our own until we're requested by the school board to build it. Now, yeah, I get a little Italian bullying because it's I get it. People live their lives. I get it. They hire us to do the job. And to do the job right, you've got to get in there and you got to dig through this stuff with a shovel.
Nick, let me tell you, the reason I was laughing is because I know that if for the folks who don't know you and they hear you speaking loudly, I remember many times you spoken loudly like that to me, and I've thought, what did I do? But Nick is passionate. And if you notice, folks, he's getting upset because of things he should be upset by. You know, I heard a guy last night, I'll tell you who it was. It's our state treasurer, Falwell, a guy I think's doing a great job. And he said, it's crazy in these money issues because people who should be on our side are fighting against us. And here you have a commissioner who is saying, do not raise taxes unless there's a reason to raise taxes. And then he's telling you there was no reason. And in the same breath, he's saying he's not judging these commissioners. There may have been a reason. I happen to say, you know, my opinion, I'm going to get back to Nick because I know you don't want to hear me talking, but is our schools need to demonstrate to us how they're spending our money wisely, because I think I can make a case that they are blowing millions. Nick, how do you feel when you hear people saying, raise our taxes, without any idea of the facts and the budget and where we are and how much money we have in reserve and how much we have to spend? And it really hit hard a while ago when you were talking about you went through that thing line by line and had to go to the hospital because we are budgeting things that aren't even, there's no one in that position and things like that. That's what people need to know.
Well, they're not going to know, and I'll tell you why, and I get it. People, like I say, people are busy. They assume when they elect someone that they're going to have the integrity to do the job that they were hired to do. Mm-hmm. And I'm not, please, if any of our current commissioners, I serve with 3 of the current commissioners. The majority of the commissioners that I served with in the last few years are still on the board. And I think they work really hard at it. And I think even in this budget, they worked really hard at this budget, and they made the best decisions they could make with the money that they thought they had to have. I mean, when you have bond issue and you've got a lot of debt service that's going to have to be covered, then the taxes had to be raised. I'm sure of that. I don't think I could have gone in there and made any difference on that. The only thing I'm saying is what hurts my feeling is that some of these same commissioners have made the statement that we were kicking the can down the road. And we were not kicking any can down the road. If you want to talk about kicking the can down the road, I will remember that we spent well over hundreds of thousands of dollars talking about where to put the Advanced Career Center as #1 school to be built. When we had kids in elementary schools that were falling down, and places that they didn't have enough seats. Now, you tell me who's got their priorities wrong. It weren't me. It weren't our board. It was the ones that were coming to us with, these grandiose ideas. It's the same way. See, people don't even understand how the digital, our iPads and all got into our schools. It was going to be a 1-year test, a 1-year trial. I think it was Carthage, and they got a grant for that. And then the next year, it was a necessity. Well, the problem was they didn't have a good game plan as to how to use and how to implement. It weren't that we didn't think digital technology was a good thing. I'm in the software business. I was a I'm a computer geek. Yeah, I think people need to know these things. But you need to have a really good game plan before you start spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars year after year after year after year.
Well, I remember my wife, Mindy, of course, who I lost 4 years ago to cancer. But when this first started, she was very involved with trying to integrate the new technology into schools. And she would come home and tell me, John, I love the idea, but there's no plan. We are just giving these things out. We don't know who has them. So I agree. And those of you who don't know Nick Pacerno, he's had a very successful and still does software business, extremely successful before he got into serving the public, and that's what he did, serve the public. And I've got to mention Randy Saunders, who served with you. I think you guys both did such a great job. Any chance you'll ever get back into something like this again, Nick?
Well, let me just put it this way. It was in 2007, 2008. We had just gone through a revaluation. Property values shot way up, I think on the average of 25, 30%. And the commissioners at that time decided they would cut the tax rate 1 cent. And I was told by one of the commissioners that they had cut my taxes. My bill came in, and it almost doubled. And at that point, I said, you know what? I think I need to go to Carthage and put my name on a ballot. And that's what I did. Now, we fast forward, and we just went through another revaluation. And the revaluation, maybe people, and I'll just give it the numbers. I'm looking at them right here. As a matter of fact, one of the things we implemented as a commissioner I thought was very important, we now have a dashboard on the computer in the Moore County website. You can go ahead and see every number that's produced. And I'm looking at the number right here from our dashboard. The revaluation will produce $5.5 million in increased revenue. Just the revaluation. That's almost 5 cents of a tax rate, approximately. Not exactly. I don't want anybody saying I said that. The actual 4.5 cent tax increase, the actual rate increase, it's not a tax increase, it's an increase in rate that's applied to a valuation that gives you a tax revenue. That's going to generate 6.1. So basically, you got an 8 cent tax rate increase. Then you add the $2.8 million we're getting from the additional quarter cent that we got. Now we're up to about a 10 cent in 1 year. Now, I know a lot of it was debt service and schools. I get it, and that's expensive, and you have to pay it because the voters voted for both of those items. I am not saying what the commissioners, current ones, said and did was wrong. I wasn't there. All I know is what I read, and what I read was a lot of these made the statement that we were kicking down the can down the road and that it was time to catch up. Well, there is no catching up. Every year stands on its own, and you fund what you need for that year. No more, no less. And that's the way, to me, good government should run. Now, maybe I'm wrong. And if I ever do put my name on the ballot, you can decide if I'm right or wrong and to check my box or not check my box.
Well, there are probably people who think you're wrong to think we should fund just what we need, no more. I don't. I think I'm not in a hurry to get my taxes raised, Nick. I want to pay for schools as much as anyone does, but the reason I was upset with the commissioners was because they continue to give Moore County schools every nickel they ask for, even though we've brought so many charges that we can substantiate and show how they're wasting our money. And I just want someone to hold their feet to the fire. I get it, Moore County schools, once they get that money, they can do whatever they want. I want the commissioners to quit giving it to them. They get 49.1% of our budget. Is that pretty close to accurate?
Well, I think I got the actual number here that I can tell you exactly how much of the budget it is. This year it's 49.74%. or $56,742,216.
That's pretty close to half
Yeah,
of every of our budget in Moore County, and still one bumble after another. And you mentioned our concept high school. Some people loved it, some people didn't. It was the number one priority. But it's not even on the priority list now. That's an example of how, instead of going in a straight line of true leadership and completing our goals one by one, it's like we're in a pinball machine. Ting, 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 ting. Okay, Moore County Concept School's number one priority. Now it's not even on the list. I don't understand how those things can happen. Yes, I am very critical of our superintendent and John Barath and our leadership, but I understand you guys just have to take their requests and do the best you can with giving them the money.
That's true.
I got a question.
Shoot.
Let's talk John Barath for a moment, who is the charge of coordinator of operations. Is that what it is? Or
it's a descriptive.
Some title
not
like
the exact
that.
title.
All right. When you were sitting on the Board of Commissioners, you did some background check on John Barath. What did you discover? Because later on you said, you told the school board, well, at least I heard you in a speech to the Tea Party. You said as long as he's on the board, he's working there, they will not get one dime for schools. You were that adamant against him.
Well, I served on the North Carolina Commissioner Association as a director, and there's multiple commissioners that served on that association. I actually represented Moore and Anson and Richmond counties. And I had a good conversation with a good friend from Harnett County, who was the chairman of the Harnett County Commissioners. And he had the same opinion of Mr. Barath as far as his job performance while he was in Harnett County. And he's the one that gave me the heads up that everything that they requested should be reviewed very extensively. And again, I go back to say that, I don't want to judge any man's character, and I'm not judging him at all. As far as his character, he seems to be a fine man, and he's probably a really good person. But, I'm not in the game anymore as far as I don't know all the ins and outs and all. But I could see this coming. Where we're at, I could see coming. But I want to go back. The schools never requested while I was a commissioner, other than the 2 schools we built, to build the next school. We were ready to build a school. We had the money in the bank, and we could really have lessened the impact on the taxpayers of Moore County and still got them the schools that were needed.
I want to change the subject for a little bit, just slightly. I have been to a lot of commissioner meetings. I used to go to all of them, and I used to go to all the school board meetings, and I still watch a lot of them online. And when I see the people that come before you and hear all the requests that are made, I think to myself, my goodness, I would hate to be up there making these decisions on whether to cut or not to cut or to give or not to give, because there are so many good organizations that you fund. And to make cuts is a terrible, awfully hard, gut-wrenching, heartbreaking sometimes decision to make. So I get it. The commissioners do have to make some terribly difficult decisions. And sometimes if they err, so to speak, by giving more money to one group, whatever it might be, I can understand that. And I get how that's not, I'm not going to get on my bandwagon and harp about that. And then when I see the schools parade before you, and it's always the same thing, Nick, every year. It's the same exact thing. If you don't give us another soccer coach, my child will never eat again, or whatever. And they're good people. They're good. I know folks get tired of hearing me say this, but these are good, sincere people that are choreographed by Grimacy to go before the commissioners. And pretty soon, the commissioners almost cannot say no to a budget because they've been so, it's almost like they're extorted into doing that. So I'm saying that just to say, yes, being a commissioner is a tough, tough job. But we need leadership on that board, people who can say no, not until you answer these questions. And for those of you who are saying, well, their budget's online, that's baloney. You might be able to find online, okay, they $35 million to build a school, $36 million, whatever. I want to know where every dime goes. I want to know why we don't have, why we're not buying local to help build those schools. I want to know why we don't have local contractors building those schools, why we're not contracting them ourselves. I want to know why we spend and buy the most expensive everything. I want to know why these things are turning into a Taj Mahal, why they're turning into a monument for the architect and for the people who build them and whoever's name's going to go on them. That's the kind of thing I want looked at. And I think it's going to take a forensic audit, not just a regular audit. I think it's going to take an audit by someone who actually can go in there and dig. And that's beyond the commissioner's ability, I think.
Well, I will say that if you go through the budget of Moore County, it's a lot easier to see where every dollar is because of the way we lay it out. If you go through the budget of a school system, it's very, very convoluted because they get so many different funding sources, state, federal, Title 1 or 9. There's so many titles you get. I mean, so it's all intermingled, and so it's very hard to follow the money when it comes to school budgets. So you just do the best you can and try to meet the needs that's requested, but they have to make their case. And if that's what they did and that's what we have to pay, then so be it.
All right. We're out of time. Thank you, Nick. And I want to say to all the folks listening, please consider, again, you, the person who's hearing this, you running for commission or school board. You see how important these jobs are. We need leaders on these boards. And thank you very much. And thank you,
for having me.
All right. One other thing, by the way, when they were getting ready to let the bid for the first of the three schools, I think that's right. Yeah, I was talking to some commissioners. You were on the board, and to some staff people, and I said, I got a group of builders that will guarantee they'll build it for 20% less than what your top bid is, low bid is. And they just have no interest whatsoever in saving the bucks. That's what behooves me. All right, so it goes for this Tuesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a Hump Day Wednesday. Until then, be sure to support all the mom and pop businesses you hear on our airwaves because they are the backbone of our economy here in Moore County. 68% of your money will stay here and roll over when you give them first crack at your spending dollars. And don't forget, millions of Americans, they have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their family's sacrifice. I'm Steve Leader Adamson, Leader Man, and Nick and Colt the Dog. We'll all see you at the hot, steamy dog park at 2.